This special meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Bro,
Here.
Mr. Green, Miss Hanson, Miss Rutherford, Miss Fauntleroy, Mr. Harrell, Miss Martin, Miss Moore, Dr. Peterson, Miss Baker, Miss McCullum, Miss Lamy, Miss Hurstis, Mr. Kuzan, Miss Rufino Gallagher.
Miss Tammy Lammy will oh, we'll do the pledge and the invocation.
Thank you, Father, for getting us here safely tonight, Lord, for protecting us as we travel. Father, we ask you to just be with us, be with our families, be with our students, all of our staff, employees. Lord, just protect them as they go through the rest of this summer. Keep everyone safe. And Lord, we pray that you would give us wisdom and discernment in our decisions here tonight, Lord, that we would always do what's best for our entire system. And we just thank you in advance for giving us that knowledge and wisdom. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
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 First item on the agenda is conduct a strategy session with respect to collective bargaining with the St. Tammany Federation of Teachers and School Employees to be held in executive session. Do I have a motion? Two people over here said. All right, all in favor of going into executive session? Aye. All opposed? All right. Yes, well, let's open it up to public comment. We forgot to do that. Whether we should go into executive session or not. Seeing no,
Quick,
we
I'll
have
say-
public comment on going into executive session.
Just praying for wisdom and discernment, and just to let you know, this was a fantastic process on the part of everybody involved, and I just want y'all to know that going in, so
Thank you. We will convene in what, third floor? Third floor conference room.
Rather than clear the boardroom, we'll be in third floor.
You guys are welcome to stay here. discussions that took place in executive sessions are privileged and not to be discussed outside of this board inclusively. I will now entertain a motion to go back into open session. I got Tammy and Brandon. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, please vote on whether we're going back in open session. Aye. Nay? Any opposed? We are now in open session. Okay, next on the agenda is consideration of revisions to job descriptions in accordance with Act 311.
Thank you,
Mr.
President.
Alfonso.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, President Bro, Board, and Superintendent Javia. As a result of Act 311, each district had to review their job descriptions to ensure they accurately match the law. Districts are not adding new responsibilities or duties, rather they're simply making their job description capture the duties which already exist. Again, we're not adding duties, but simply confirming that job descriptions are accurate. I attached Act 311 for you to reference. It deals with the additional compensation. Ms. Prevost made adjustments from Act 11 to the salary schedule. It particularly deals with certified employees. So what I'm going to address here, what you had on board docs, are basically all those who are paid on the teacher salary schedule. So what you have are things that you don't have the actual job description itself. Those are going to be amendments to the job description at a later date. We felt that coming to you what the amendments that will be added would be more than posting, 50 job descriptions on board docs for you guys to review. We broke it down into competencies, from the instructional side and the non-instructional side. Non-instructional side would be a faculty meeting, for example. Also, I just got to say, we dealt with our legal department on this to make sure we would make sure we addressing the act properly. I dealt with HR directors from other districts, and everyone's doing the same thing. And also, I had a lot of input from Ms. Prevost, C&I department, and the SWE department to make sure we captured all those duties. So if I just give you a couple, just examples from one of them, when the teacher, librarian, full-time tutors, interventionist, adaptive PE, an instructional competency would be lesson plans, instruction, grading papers, averaging grades. A non-instructional competency would be meetings, attending an IEP meeting, attending a grade level meeting, and we have the Safe Schools component. The act that was produced by legislature, obviously I'm going to address the elephant in the room. It's a kind of an unfunded mandate. Hey, you have to do it. So what we did is we tried to capture all of those things that teachers or certified employees already do, and you have that before you. Lastly, the non-exempt employees, the exempt employees go by the teacher salary schedule. The others, they get paid overtime, so it doesn't fall under this. And like I said before, Ms. Prevost has a salary schedule that reflects the act also to address it all. I have any questions, answer any questions. Now, some of these questions you're going to direct to me. There's a lot with C&I, a lot with myself, and a lot also with the CFO, Ms. Prevost also, because this covers a broad range.
Before we have any questions, do we have a motion? Ms. Fauntleroy and Mr. Brandon Harrell. All right, the motion's been made to accept the recommendations. Any comments from the public? All right, now we'll direct questions to you. Do we have a list? Oh, I'll go. Oh, Ms. Barrios, please come up.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher. This will be short. I just recommend that because this wasn't posted on the agenda and was, I have to say, unexpected until today, and since it involves employees, a majority of employees, I recommend that you table this and have it at your regularly scheduled call meeting at the very earliest. I think it's something that teachers, certificated people, anybody that is affected by this should be allowed to ask questions, either school board members of central office, before this is actually, any action is taken on this. You had a situation, I think, earlier in the year with the HVAC and maintenance job description, and you did table that, and I would suggest that you do the same thing tonight. Thank you.
All right, comments from the board? I'll be frank, I looked at this probably a couple of days ago, and I didn't know what it was. Normally, when we have something like this, you redline one group and show the other. But this is completely new, based by the law, and do you know of anything that's really changed from what is in the current job descriptions, other than you're clarifying it more?
We're just as additions that we're clarifying things that teachers and certified employees already do. Also, when this act first came out, it was enacted as soon as the governor signed it. So it came kind of
We're
abrupt.
obligated
So-
by law to do this.
So I did printed a bunch of our job descriptions, actually gave them to Deshay. And, what this does is it just defines what they're doing. We could say, hey, let's keep our job description, and we could fit all these things in there. But it was recommended by legal that we add these things so that it's very defined what teachers or what certified employees do. So there's nothing, and then if there's any addition, we can always resort back to our original job descriptions.
Ms. Lamy?
I do want to I apologize, I do want to let the board know that every district in the state is being required to do this. And they're under the same time constraints that we are. This is
That's
being
my
done,
question.
it's being done within every district across the state. We worked with some other attorneys that are representing other districts. We're trying to get this to where it's uniform throughout the state, that the districts are trying to
Get it-
pretty much reflect this, a similar or same. So this is having to be done by everyone. We're not doing something any different than any other district.
So that was my question. I think this is very important. I think this is smart because we take for granted that teachers know they need to do these things and maybe some don't. And so this will, they will have it clearly, and I think it's very important. Is there a reason it cannot wait until Thursday?
Ms. Prevost, didn't have something to do with the salary schedule?
Yeah, because we do pay for some of these things. We've always done it, so we'll continue. But the law says you have to pay $30. So we didn't want to pass the salary schedule without making the law changes in the
Then
job
that makes
descriptions.
sense. Okay, then, I understand. I don't think this would, okay, thank
And
you.
I want to remind all the board members that you'll see the salary schedule in a few minutes. Ms. Prevost has made those corrections, and employees that are asked to go above and beyond what's listed on this job description will be compensated appropriately based on the training or whatever falls under that particular area. So you'll see that in a salary schedule in just a few minutes, so that people, if they're asked to go above and beyond, they are compensated for that based on whatever the criteria is that they're doing.
Ms. Fauntleroy?
I had the same question. I just was wondering if there was any harm in just waiting to vote on this particular part Thursday night.
Ms. Martin?
Thank you, President Bro. The very first bullet point that says fulfill duties traditionally expected of those in teaching profession, that's very vague. So what does that mean, and who's the person that's going to decide what is and is not a traditionally expected job duty for a teacher?
That would be the building level principal.
Okay, can you give me an example of maybe some things that would fall into here that are not also included on the list?
It's probably all included in there. This was recommendation from legal counsel from multiple around the state. So, but we listed out, we went through, we had a Google Doc going between all departments. And so that, hey, what does teachers do? What does an interventionist do? And we had a document going, and then we compiled it. It's kind of hard to answer your question, what, the duties traditionally expected, because in the job description, truthfully, they have anything else assigned by the administrator. So we could always just fall back on that. We try not to, but that's kind of the same language.
And Ms. Martin, it's there as a catch-all, just like that line was, but we felt like it was very important to define as many of those procedural responsibilities that a teacher job class already performs. It's the same mentality, and it's all other duties as they're performed. We don't know what's going to change. We don't know what's coming down the pipe later down the way. We don't want to have to bring this job description to you every time the legislature or Bessie or this board says an employee group has to do something else. There has to be something that legally Ms. Richardson and Mr. Harrison can say, we're covered if someone adds some other duty, some other point down the road that we can't foresee right now.
The only thing I'd like to say, please, Superintendent, is one, if we are not trying to burden educators at all. That's not the purpose of this. That was not our thought process. We're just trying to conform to the act that was brought to us, that was from the legislature. So we're not trying to burden educators at all. We're just trying to capture things that they already do.
Ms. Rufino Gallagher?
I guess my only question is, from what Ms. Martin said, is that to those in a teaching profession, so this is just for teachers, librarians, full-time tutors, interventionists, for struggling readers, adaptive PE teachers, speech pathologists. All those people don't have the same expectations in the teaching profession because they're not all in the same categories, but with that statement in there, we're kind of lumping them together. So if, I don't know, if the interventionist for struggling readers were like, hey, I need you to go teach Johnny how to do fractions, that's in a teaching profession, but that's not what their job is.
Well,
So I
okay.
guess that's, and I don't know if that's what you were saying.
It's in their regular job description, but if you flip back, we got principals and assistant principals, and we have supervisors, directors, assistant superintendents, coordinators. Fulfill duties traditionally expected, those in a supervisory position. So it's under me, personally. And then
Okay.
under principal and assistant principals, fulfill duties traditionally expected of school-based administrators.
Okay.
So we did it for all certificated that are paid under the teacher salary schedule, basically have the same statement.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other discussion, please vote. And that passes unanimously. Next on the agenda, consideration of acceptance and ratification of collective bargaining agreement between St. Tammany Federation teachers and school employees and the St. Tammany Parish School Board. Do I have a motion? Sure.
If I wanted to make an amendment to the motion, do I make it now or do I make it after
Since
after public comment?
whoever makes the motion can make the motion as amended if they prefer.
Okay, then I'm going to be that person.
So there is no motion on the floor, so you don't amend anything, is what I'm saying. You make the motion that you want to make.
Oh, I would like to make a motion to amend it, to amend this.
There
That's what
is-
I'm asking.
No, you make a motion, and we don't have to do an amendment. You make the motion as you want to make it.
Okay.
There is no motion on the floor to amend.
I got you. Okay. So I'm going to use Michelle Hurst's line first to be like, I am probably not going to be the most liked person in the room. But I am going to make the motion that we do not accept the CBA and that we, I don't know, request, direct, I'm not sure the word I'm looking for, Mr. Jabbia, to use language from this CBA, but to create an employee handbook. And can I give my reason why?
Sure.
And my reason why for this is we have a teachers' council, we have a support staff council, if I'm not mistaken, and that would give a voice to all employees of St. Tammany Parish. Because right now, if I'm not mistaken, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong, I am sure, is that the only people that actually have a vote on the CBA are currently people that belong to the union. And if this contract or handbook is for all teachers, then there should be representation of all teachers. And would like to believe that this board would have the best interests at heart for all of our employees, and that is my motion.
Do I have a second? Ms. Lamy? So the motion on the floor is that we reject the proposed CBA and that we direct the superintendent and the staff to develop an employee handbook to be eventually voted on by all employees, well, actually to be voted on by the board, but would allow input from all employees and the public as well.
Correct, the public would be involved in that.
All right. Comments from the public?
Mr. Bro, as I requested earlier, I would like to be recognized by the board so that I can answer any questions.
I will give you 5 minutes and
Okay.
allow board members to propose questions.
All right, I just want to make sure everybody understands the profound nature of the motion that was just made. If you go with a handbook, then you're stripping the Federation of collective bargaining rights, which we've held since 1991. Our membership is in the thousands, and it does represent the majority. And though only members can vote, we take input and we help everybody that reaches out to us, because that we have the duty of fair responsibility. And so even though the union can only operate from dues-paying members, we have the obligation to help every single person that's covered by that contract. And that contract covers every single employee, every bargaining unit, exclusive of management. And this would be just absolutely devastating. You lose this, you lose your no strike clause. I take a lot of heat for advocating to keep that in there. If we have a handbook, there's work stoppages on the table. I'm just going to tell you right now as a representative. My people will be very angry. It will completely disrupt this school year. We do not need that. This board passed a unanimous resolution, everybody up here, including the two individuals not present, for Superintendent Jabia to work in good faith with the Federation on a successor agreement that would benefit all stakeholders. And this man absolutely did that, 100%. This man absolutely did that. He went above and beyond his regular job duties, which are many. I think Frank is like me. He and I don't have a life, and that's okay. We chose this. These individuals in front of me, some were at the table, Mr. Alfonso, Mary Hart, but also folks away from the table contributed to this. We've even listened to employees for 3 years, and we can't always get everything they want, but it's a negotiation. So even though they're not dues-paying members, they are represented. We do listen to their voices. And I can promise you, this man, myself, everybody, Ms. Prevost, within the realities of this current budget, we got the best deal possible. This is the best document in the state, and I would argue the South, because of the comprehensive nature of it. This will help employees. If it's in a CBA, we have tools to work with administration to resolve disputes that wouldn't be as strong if it were simply in a handbook. We have revised every single one of these tools, from just cause, that's due process. All employees get that, dues paying or not. Grievances, they were becoming too tense. We took the board out of the equation. We put FMCS mediation services in as the second level. That cost the board $0. So we listened to everybody. The complaints were legitimate. This document was leaking oil. This document was creating tension. But we've revised it, and through this process of negotiations, we fixed the relationship. And I think that's the biggest outcome of all, is that we realize we're better together. I spent a lot of time in the legislature because the state was coming after collective bargaining. The state was attacking teacher unions and school employee unions specifically to try to push agendas that will destroy public education. And they know if they take away collective bargaining, it takes away voice of teachers and school employees. And so we won that battle, and we finished this negotiation with 3 days to spare. Everything got posted. And then to come in here and have the board suggest, let's do away with it, let's do away with this relationship since 1991 is just unacceptable. It's just absolutely unacceptable. So I would hope that cooler heads prevail. There were some things we worked out. The 90-minute duty, we understood we couldn't afford to pay the supplement that Tangi pays. So we're going to study it for a semester because we understand we can't compromise safety and security of children. We won't do that. But we do believe we can create efficiencies. We can have best practices. So that's what it's about, identifying a need and working together to make sure that we do everything we can for teachers and school employees because they serve the students. I mean, this goes back to November. I told you about December. January, we did a CBA book club. We went through this thing line by line, and we did find that some of the accusations were true. We had to clean it up, and we did. Negotiations began. We got FMCS training. And I'll say this about the mediator. He was a godsend, but for the vast majority of the time, 95%, ask Frank, we got through this. Sometimes we'd have to turn to him, but we got through this.
You may continue.
So this would be devastating for employees. And understand, we were all kind of deflated. We knew that the money part wasn't going to be what people rallied around. We believed in the language, but the money just wasn't there because, y'all, I'm telling you, the budget is bad. It's bad. But people they're hurting. So we took it on the chin, but we tried to educate. We met with our building reps. They were the ones that come to me and said, look, the 90 minutes is not going to work. I can't make this work. And so we came up with a compromise on that. So at the end of the day, what this is all about is labor peace. And we didn't have labor peace for a long time. We're starting to move in that direction. We need to have labor peace. And these are the tools to get there. I do think we will have to address the budget for the money piece moving forward, but this is the best deal that we can. But if we walk out of this room and the members don't get to vote on this, nobody gets to vote on this, and this has all just been for nothing for 6 months, it's going to be a disaster. That's going to be a world that no one wants to live in. I'm a contract unionist, but if the contract is gone, I have to become something else. That's what the membership is going to demand. And as a representative, I have to explore the tools that will get results. I don't want to go back there. There are too many enemies looking at us. We have to work together to get these problems solved. And I think the tools and the structures have proven the test of time, but we made them even better so that we're not at each other's throats. We can't give everybody the moon every time, but we make incremental progress, and that's what it's about. I've gotten reports from some of the committees that meet, and it's not that employees can't give input, but they felt constrained in that environment. We hear the unfiltered truth from people, and it's heavy. It's very heavy. And I've never worked harder in my life. And then to get to the end and just be on the precipice of absolute disaster, when I know what these employees need, they tell us what they need. Sometimes like hot grits being thrown on you because they're hurting. They're hurting. But I've been told in those sessions, they'll steer them away from hard topics like discipline, okay? We've got to have a real discussion about discipline in this district. It's not about cell phones and where you could put one. We got some serious issues, and I don't care what sticker the state puts on a school. If we're about law and order and getting control of that environment, then we should wear that sticker with pride. So I beg the board, with all respect and humility, to please reconsider or at least vote against this motion and to pass this, because I do not want to live in that world, but I will do my job. I will absolutely do the job that I have been sent to do. But I prefer the peaceful structures, the deliberate and thoughtful structures of collective bargaining to labor unrest. That is not something any of us should be looking for in a time when we are all under the gun, from ESA vouchers and every other thing coming down the pike. So please, I implore you, again, I'll answer any questions, but let me end on the note. As Mr. Kosei would say, we experienced a hard reset. This relationship is better than it's ever been. This man is a leader. He's grown. I've watched him since his inception. As chief negotiator, he gives his people space, but he is the decider. And he decides in, well, it's really 3 ways. his experience as a principal, his experience as a superintendent, and his experience talking to superintendents around the state. And when he could do something, he did. When they couldn't do something operationally, they educated us and we understood why. Sometimes we were able to solve that problem, sometimes you can't, but it's a back and a forth. You see, it's a back and a forth. So please know that if that's the deciding factor, that non-members don't get to vote, we listen to everybody because the people have the best ideas. Some will never join, that's okay. We will still serve them. This is the best contract in the state and it will serve everyone and we will do that with fidelity. So I'm off my soapbox, but I do hope that you will consider what I've said, and I'm here for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Are there any questions to Mr. Osborne from the board? Mr. Fino Gallagher.
So based on all the information that you just said, if we took this document, because it's not anything at the moment, if we took this document to make it into employee handbook, how would that be any different than a CBA? And wait before you
Sure.
answer. As you just stated that Mr. Jabbia is an amazing superintendent and that everybody has a great relationship. There's new faces up here on this board. And I would say that we've done everything to do the best that we can for everybody because that is what we were elected to do. If this document only became an employee handbook, how does your job become, you're just going to be mean and you're going to change your demeanor when everything that's in the CBA might go into a handbook so that it's easier to change at the blink of an eye if things had to change with the employees coming to us?
Okay,
So how would that change anything?
So collective bargaining rights are not a given in this state. This is a
Right.
right-to-work state. But the board, under the Constitution of Louisiana, can enter into collective bargaining rights which are exclusive. So that means no other union or organization can come in, which does create chaos at times because you have all these competing groups vying for the same group, which was the employees. There are also structures in here that really couldn't exist because in order to service the contract, it does need to be exclusive. So with the Labor Management Committee, that's a structure that was suggested to me by the LFT president so that Frank and I could be more proactive. Administration and the Federation could sit down in a formal way or a structured way and talk about situations basically every month, schedules permitting, got to be a little flexible. So a handbook is not going to confer that unique relationship. Due process. I will say this, with due process in places that don't have collective bargaining, we would only cover members. But because the book is exclusive, we have the duty of fair responsibility, and so we cover non-members. So you're actually giving more service to your employees by having a CBA because people don't join for a variety of reasons, but we still have the duty to protect them, and I take that duty very seriously. So a handbook is a handbook, but collective bargaining is not just the final product, it's the process to getting there. I mean, we spent 6 months working together, learning from each other, creating, you know how hard it is to make policy, making sausage, it's tough. But we worked. Some of those passages took months to get right. It went through legal on both sides, different departments. And at the end of the day, all that work, to me, should fall under the umbrella of collective bargaining because that is what solidifies that unique partnership. We want to preserve that partnership. I mean, we've got a lady here tonight that worked with Miss Elsie Burkhalter. You wouldn't believe some of the things they had to do to get collective bargaining because a lot of people in the community mistrusted unions and didn't understand. They went everywhere, talked to anybody, educated, got this thing done. And there were work stoppages now. I mean, chalk fever is what they called it. And it was ugly. It was ugly. So Miss Elsie had that long, slow march to finally get bargaining rights. And until we had the unsanctioned, bus strike in 2022, you never saw a work stoppage again. So that's a pretty good stretch from 1991. And again, that was unsanctioned. That wasn't the union organizing something, which is what is prohibited by the CBA. Now, a handbook could not stop the union from striking. It's just not, a handbook can't do that.
I understand.
We're agreeing to say, look, they have the right to strike. It is legal in this state. But we're going to use these structures to negotiate an end to problems, create solutions together. But if we don't have that partnership, then that passage doesn't exist. So I don't care who says what. They can run against me and beat me. I will always have that in there because I believe, as a contract unionist, I believe in the structures. I believe in the power of negotiation.
So you're saying that the partnership or the relationship that you and Mr. Jabbia have cannot exist without a CBA? You can't call and meet with him once a month to go over some stuff just from the union side of things?
Collective bargaining is.
No, I'm not talking about collective bargaining. If we don't have a CBA and we have a handbook, can you as the union president, I'm asking if this is what you're saying, because this is what it seems like you're implying, that your relationship with Mr. Jabbia cannot exist because there's no CBA as the union president? You can't call Christie and say, hey, I'd like to meet with Mr. Jabbia. Can y'all not have discussions without a CBA?
What I'm saying is, we would receive it as an act of war if you take this away. That's what I'm saying.
Why would you say that? Do you hear what those words that just came out of your mouth?
I do. But I'm telling you, as a representative of people, that's how angry people are. We spent 6 months with positive reports. We changed the rules, so I was not reporting throughout, except to say factual information. People have been expectantly watching and waiting. Then it came out and they were disappointed in the raise because Jefferson's doing this and this one's doing that. But now they won't even have a CBA. They won't have a collective bargaining. So that's stripping rights. So again, I feel like that's in bad faith to go from telling the superintendent unanimously, this is what we want, and then 6 months later, after we've worked our tails off, to say, no, it's just going to be a handbook. It's just not acceptable to me.
And I guess that's my question is, what would be the difference of the handbook versus a CBA other than the school board would, negotiate's probably a bad word. I just don't understand if everything that's in it, and maybe you wouldn't be able to speak, I know there's other people in the audience that are going to speak tonight, what would be the difference?
Well, people like certainty. They like things in writing. And if you're pulling us, so basically you're taking our work from 6 months and going to turn it into a handbook.
But it's still in writing. And you didn't just do all the work. Mr. Jabbia did too.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. It's still in writing.
But it doesn't, it's not legally binding in terms of us if it's not actual CBA. We can't have a grievance process that we control, for instance. We can't use FMCS services without a CBA. We can't use arbitration without a CBA. So there are very specific things. So I can sit down and talk at length about different things, about collective bargaining and what it means for a union. But the ultimate goal is labor peace through formal structures that if they're going to be changed in a set window of time, both sides have to agree to those changes. If you just have a handbook, then it could just be changed at any time. And who's to say, what guarantee do employees have that we're going to sit down and have these deliberate negotiations?
But if there's something that needed to be changed between you and Mr. Jabbia, I would assume that this board has to vote on it anyway.
Correct.
So
It
just
always has
because
to-
you don't have, just
Correct.
because you want to change something and you're the union president, doesn't mean it's changed. Just like if Mr. Jabbia wants something changed, it doesn't mean it gets to be changed. It goes before this board. So anybody that's union, non-union could reach out to us just as well to give their 2 cents or their take on something, and we have to take that into consideration, because I'm not up here giving my opinion. I didn't get elected to give my opinion. I give it sometimes, but I vote based on the constituents in my district. So I don't understand when you say that's the only way that they would have a voice. Because I will not mention names. There's a person who reached out to me in regards to something that was in the CBA. I don't remember the exact part of it. And my first question was, did you talk to Brant first? Because I'm not part of this. I was not part of the negotiations. And their answer was, I can't reach out to Brant because I'm not a member of the union. So you're telling me they can.
Absolutely.
They are saying they can't. So it's a he said, she said kind of thing. So
Right.
I just think if it's in writing and we have a handbook, anybody could say it's in your handbook and it's binding. Maybe you're saying I think the word, and maybe the lawyer can help me, legal and binding, maybe they're two different things, but if we give it to you, like, this is the contract you signed, you have to abide by the contract. This is your employee handbook, you have to abide by this. Just like if you, I don't even want to use the situations at hand, but if you fall down the stairs at school, there's a policy, you have to report it. You can't just go home and report it 6 weeks from now. Like, that's what a handbook is for. It tells you what you can and cannot do. So I guess you keep using the phrases, but a handbook and a CBA, if it's the same exact words, let's just say, it's the same exact words.
It's completely not the same.
Okay.
Collective bargaining is a legally binding agreement. Now, we can do a better job educating, I guess, but if it's in, people ask us all the questions, but 100%, we will help anybody if it's in the CBA, and most things are covered by the CBA. Now, sometimes we just give them a tip on what they can do to solve a problem that's outside the CBA, but we can't help everybody with everything in the whole world. There just isn't time in the day. But that CBA is different. That CBA confers rights that every single employee is due.
But I guess this is what I'm hearing. I cannot speak for anybody else. You're telling, what seems to be you're saying is if there is no CBA and let's just say this lady in the gray behind you is part of the union or not part of the, or part of the union, you're not going to help her because there's no legally binding agreement?
No. If we don't have a CBA, we're not going to help non-members.
No, she's a member, but you're still going to
Yeah,
help.
you're still going to help
But
members.
that's
Yeah, I'm
what you're
sorry, I
saying,
misheard.
you can't
Yeah.
help it, but
But we wouldn't have the duty of fair responsibility in that scenario. So I'll just say this as well. Our organization invested a lot of time, energy, and resources into this process that, again, unanimously, you wanted a product. We came up
Agreed.
with a product. The mediator will tell you it was a good process. It was clean. So if you're going to yank the rug out now, that's a bad situation.
it's not, see, you say yanking the rug, you say go to war, and that's not what I see. I see it's a document that is an employee handbook that gives the teachers the rights of what we think that they should get and all that. And if things need to be changed, they come to the board to make a change to the handbook.
Would you admit, though, that collective bargaining is not your area of expertise? Would you agree
No,
with that?
I would agree. I would agree.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking you, but you're not relaying to me anything that I didn't think I already knew. Like, I just don't understand. But I'm gonna let other people talk because they need to talk, so they might ask the same questions in a different
Okay.
way than I will, but it's a document, and if it's an employee handbook, it has to be followed.
But a handbook is not the same as a CBA.
I never said it was the same thing.
Okay.
But it's the
We
same
won't
verbiage.
accept anything less.
Okay,
We won't accept anything less.
okay.
Okay.
All right, before I proceed, a reminder to those queued up that we will have time to discuss this. This is to pose questions that only the Federation president can answer since he's up there. So, Ms. Hurstis.
I don't really have any questions. I just have a statement.
You can reserve the statement until the board discusses the motion. This is just to ask questions at this point. Ms. Lamy.
Well, I think I was going to try to just, I'd like to say my statement, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Ms. Hurstis.
Okay, thank you. Brant, I just want to give you some advice, if you don't mind. Considering the situation, I understand that you're very frustrated, but I think phrases like act of war and kind of threatening might not be to your benefit, considering we still have to vote. That's all I just wanted to say.
I understand, Ms. Hurstis, but I tried to say in the softest possible terms that would still convey a large part of our constituency who's very angry right now. But I appreciate the advice.
Ms. Lamy. Okay. Ms. Martin.
Thank you, President Pro. When the concerns about the 90-minute duty cap came out, and you, along with our team, our administrative team, agreed on how you should address that, is there a reason, or is that in writing anywhere? And is there if it's not in writing, is there a reason that it isn't in writing?
Okay, so Frank and I have agreed to do what's called an MOU, but an MOU can't be done until after approval and ratification. So there's
Oh, okay.
kind of some boilerplate at the top. So basically, to explain, and I appreciate you bringing that up because I did want to explain to people at home. The 90-minute cap on duty was an idea from Tangipahoa Parish. Now, the way they're able to achieve it is if they go beyond the 90-minute cap, they pay the hourly rate. But we all agreed we didn't have the money for that, so we were just going to try to do the best we could. But immediately, reps came up to us at the rep training and say, I'm not going to be able to do this. And this was mainly at the elementary level. So if my people are telling us, administrators are calling us, we had to take a look at it. I believe it's stated in board policy, supervision is the highest, supervision and safety of students is the highest priority of the board, I think is exactly how. So we can't compromise the safety of children. We want to work toward a balance. And so what the MOU will state basically is we're going to have a whole semester to look at this, share best practices, maybe shave some minutes off if we can, because some schools are really high, like 300 minutes, that's pretty high. So let's see what's going on. That may be warranted on their campus, it may not. We have to explore, we have to research. After that period, we can revisit in February, which would be the reopener. I don't know if finances would be a solution at that point, but we could at least talk about it and modify as needed. So people are excited about it, but we're not going to do something, Frank's not going to do something at the expense of children. So we have to find a right balance.
Ms.
But
Lehman.
why again wasn't
Oh,
it in
I'm
writing?
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Martin, if you still have.
Just to clarify.
Okay, so an MOU would be created after this is passed. So Frank, I've got a text message to show you if you need to, but Frank and I have agreed that that's what we're going to do. So once it's, well, hopefully passed tonight and then ratified, hopefully, by the membership, Wednesday, Frank and I could sign it and y'all could vote it in on Thursday. I think would be the easiest timeline. Remember, any modification to this contract in the form of an MOU has to go through the board. So even if Frank and I agree and it's something employees really want, it's up to the board to decide if this contract's going to be modified. Thank you.
Ms. Lamy.
So to piggyback on that, I think since it wasn't voted on and this is a draft, why, because that's what Superintendent Jabbia told us also, that y'all agreed verbally, y'all doing an MOU, that y'all had text messages. But I think the board's question was, if we currently do not have a CBA and we're going to vote on this one tonight, why didn't y'all address that and fix it for us to vote? Why would we need to do an MOU if it's not even voted in yet? If we already found a problem prior to voting on it, why should we as a board put our name on something that we're voting for that we know is wrong, that we know most of our schools cannot meet?
Okay, so we did do what's called a tentative agreement. So technically, at that point, Frank and I cannot alter.
Okay.
And then it would be brought before the board to be voted on. But I'm saying
I
on
think
the
like
public record.
to us, it kind of looks suspicious. It's like, well, okay, well then why didn't y'all fix that? What if we sign it and then all of a sudden the MOU doesn't work? And I had my principals reaching out to me saying, this is not possible at this level. I have this many students and this many grade levels and yada, yada.
Okay.
Then as a voted in elected official, my job is to support my schools directly and my constituents. So they literally, administration was reaching out to me. I did ask about this ahead of time. Nothing was resolved at that point. And then we did find out that there was an agreement, but it still wasn't fixed and we have to vote on it. So it just like,
So I'm telling you on the public record what the plan is. So as Federation President, I'm not going to write a grievance if a school can't meet the standard. It's a study. We're looking at it, we're discussing. I mean, if Mary Hart's willing, we can go walk a campus and make some recommendations. If that would help, board members can do the same. We have a lot of former administrators that have done,
Right.
created the entire duty thing.
and I do think that's important because I do think like you said, the best information and ideas come from the teachers. They might have solutions and resolutions. And I do think that not limiting 90 minutes is a really good idea. I mean, teachers have a lot of duty and if it can be done, it should be done. And I definitely agree with all that. But something else that you said that stuck out to me was that your people, your building reps, your people came to you and said, we couldn't do this. And when my people come to me, I have to look at it. Well, to me, those people that are yours are ours too. They're all our people. And I feel like the union and the board, it's turned us against them, and it's created an illusion that the people who are elected up here are on a side that's not for our employees. And I know that some people are getting super, super upset, and I think that's part of the vibe that I feel like is really hard. You know what I mean? Like, we went through a bad time. I think that if this was not going to be voted on, it should have been done 6 months ago. I do agree with that. I think that that would have been a waste of time, and I don't see that as, but we did find some things in it. But I just think for me, overall, I wanted to know about that specific question. You know, that specific thing about,
Yeah.
y'all agreed on it, but it wasn't there before we voted. Thank you.
And let me comment on those two things, because you made two great points. So I say my reps, you know, it's that kind of thing. But absolutely, everybody's an employee. Those are folks, you know, not only do they pay dues, they're volunteering to help in their buildings. And we tell them, we want it to be a partnership. And you could talk to my best reps. One of them's back here tonight. Okay, and Miss G is going to speak tonight. Yeah, so, and that's why, you know, it's kind of like my kids, my students. You know, it's just but I 1,000% want to change the dynamic, because if you read the very first thing we put in here, it's a new statement of cooperation. Because at the end of the day, no matter how we tweak this thing, if we don't improve the relationships, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So I no longer, you know, we'll have disagreements, but we can't be antagonistic with one another. I think this process, these processes, they create something special that only 5 other districts in the whole state have. And I want to continue that momentum. You know, it was tough. I mean, I felt bad for their team too. You know, I got a taste of my own medicine with people being upset, I guess, on the internet. And they knew the work that they put in, and we did too, and it was deflating for them. Belinda ran off to the Ozarks. She was so upset. But we knew the work we did, and we're proud of the work we did. We remain proud of that work. And I want to move forward from where we were in the past. There's not a person in the room that's an enemy of public education. I know who they are. I went to the legislature. Some of y'all went to the legislature. We have to rally around each other. You know, somebody asked me in November, you know, where was this? I had to grow. I had to grow. You know, I was passionate, and it got misdirected at times. Frank's passionate, you know, but we have to channel that passion in a constructive way. And I really feel like that's what is special about collective bargaining. It's a promise to each other that we're going to work together. And look, if it doesn't work out, y'all will have the proof, but I'm giving you my word. Things will be better, because again, we can't be advertising all our flaws. We got to work on those flaws together, but it's got to be different, because the enemies are watching. They'll snatch up anything I say, anything you say, and they'll use it against this public school system, and they'll rip it to the ground and privatize it all. And that's not what's best for children. So I firmly believe in this relationship. I talked to people who were there with Miss Elsie, not just Mona, who was there with us in the process. Miss Irma Vetrano, now she's a Spitfire. But she taught me, you know, she said Bill Brady was so anti-union. But when they worked together at that table, he did a 180. And he became the biggest defender of the Federation because of those bonds, because of that relationship. And so that's what I want to aspire to. I was arrogant, and I pushed so hard, I think. I did so much damage. I didn't realize I almost lost Miss Burkhalter's legacy. Everything those teachers worked for, boom, almost went up in a ball of flame. So when you talk to those people and you feel that history, it changes you. So I've displayed some anger here tonight, but I'm saying that's how people are feeling and putting that energy into me. But if we have those structures in place, we're not going to rely on anger to drive this union. Anger is not going to be the muse. Rational thinking, empathy, patience, those are the things that I want to define this union. Yes, we want to be successful, but our success is everybody's success. It's the children's success. But I know this is precious because so few have it. I know this is precious because the enemies of public education want to destroy it. So I know this is something that's important. So again, please, I implore you, let's turn the page. Let's move into this next chapter. Let's not go backwards and lose everything that we've worked for. So I hope that addressed you, Ms. Lane.
I appreciate the answer.
Thank you.
Ms. Fauntleroy?
Thank you, Mr. Bro. I want to piggyback on what Ms. Lamey was asking in terms of MOUs, because we did find little things. I mean, there are things in the document that I don't particularly care for. I know that 90-minute has been resolved. But so all those things would have to be addressed by an MOU, correct? And if there are things in the document, if it were approved, and then there were things, say with lesson plans or something like that, that we didn't necessarily agree with, you and Mr. Jabi would both have to agree to the changes. And if one of you didn't, then the change wouldn't happen. Is that correct? That's how an MOU works?
Yeah, so typically, you could do an MOU for generally two reasons. If there's a change in the law, just like sometimes you have to change your policies, we have to change the book. That kind of wasn't done in the past sometimes, so we had to clean things up. But also, one side or the other or both might say, this one's not really working. We try not to do that, though, until the end of a contract. We really try to be disciplined, even though sometimes, like I'll give you an example, the 2-year transfer rule. I understood the purpose of it. They didn't want a lot of turnover and moving around with certain job classes, and it was disruptive. But it cost us some employees who felt stuck in certain situations, or somebody that wanted to move to another school for a coaching position, but they were locked in. But we kind of approached them about it, but they said, let's wait until we get to the end, and that's what we did.
So if we found little problems with this, if we accept it, we're just going to have to live with them until the end of this contract or until a year?
Well, okay, so what I thought about, I know y'all have the executive sessions. So I thought maybe like in the future, and it really is, Frank's your chief Superintendent Jabi's your chief negotiator. But I wouldn't be opposed to, just like you would have a policy work group, have a board work group that's part of the process and can review things as you go. Because now we're at the end of the process, and really traditionally, the board's only role is to vote yes or no.
The problem is it's long, and we had 5 days. You know that I think that is what is a problem for.
I think, and that's where I think a work group would help to keep track as we go. So you had mentioned lesson plans. What specific?
Well, no, I'm just saying there are little things that we need time to look at, and so that's what I'm just saying. MOUs sometimes aren't efficient. They cause you to have to wait a year, and so I guess that was the concern with the 90 minutes not being in writing. If it's not in writing and we end up having to wait a year, that's a problem.
That's guaranteed.
Right.
Because I'm telling you, I'm not going to write agreements.
And I'm just saying, as
Yeah.
we study it,
Yeah.
because it's so long, we're probably going to run across little things that need to be addressed. But my other thing that stood out, I agree with you 100%, that this is not going to work with an antagonistic relationship.
No.
I agree 100%, but the first thing you did was threaten us with war the second it wasn't going the way you wanted, and that concerned me. That won't work. It'll be bad for our whole system, and I've very much enjoyed the last few months where we didn't have that kind of relationship, and I certainly wouldn't want it to go back to that.
Well, I'm just saying, I can guarantee that with these structures, that's the direction we're going to move. If I lose collective bargaining, I'm going to have to answer to my people.
Right.
And they're going to be angry, afraid, hurt, and they're going to want action. And our first mission will be to get back collective bargaining rights immediately. And so why would we waste that time?
Even if you had a document that was assuring all of those same things?
It's just not the same. I don't know how else to convey it.
Yeah.
It's completely not the same. It's not binding. Now, If Superintendent Jabby is open to it, if the board wants to form a group or even just as individuals, send concerns either to Superintendent Jabby or myself, because we're going to revisit the 90 minutes. We'll just look at the concerns in February again. Now, it's mainly about money, but if both sides agree to look at something else, whenever they want to, they can. That provision already exists in the CBA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so feel free to email me any additional sections.
All right, thank you, Mr. Osborne. I see we have queued up for public comment.
All right.
I believe Mr. Leday was first. Oh, Stephanie? Okay. Well, you guys decide who wants to go first.
I won't be long. I just want to help clarify some things. First of all, yes, you do have these groups that Superintendent Jabia created, but the atmosphere is not there to hear the honest truth. Somebody posted anonymously asking how long executive session was going to last. That's how scared people are to talk. They didn't want their name on that, and that's ridiculous. But that's where we are. That's the reality of this situation. They come to us with raw feelings and raw emotions. And we have spent hours talking to potential members as well as members. If you look on the Facebook page, most of the people that Brant has gone back and forth with are actually not members. We spent hours making sure this contract for all employees is for all employees. And not all employees help us run operations because we're a nonprofit labor union. We only get funding from our members. And we have to spend time, money, and resources on people that are not members because of this bargaining, but we believe in it that much. If it becomes an employee handbook, you're taking away the stability that employees feel because you can change it at any point without having a discussion with the representatives they elected. We were elected just like you guys. We are elected and we are representatives. And if you have an employee handbook, literally every meeting you can change something. At this point with a collective bargaining agreement, they are guaranteed these rights. And they know that if something has to change inside of it, it has to be a discussion. And all parties have to agree. Think about it, because you're about to rip some stuff away.
Please, board members, reserve your comments. Mr. Leday.
All right, first things first. Y'all set a deadline. Deadline was met. I heard many times about micromanaging, not microing everything, not examining everything. I remember many times, many of y'all saying it. Where is that gone? Where is it? So now it's just like I said before. Earlier, when y'all first tried to cut it off on dates, when somebody's doing a job, you let them do the job. Right? Yes. You don't just dismiss them. Y'all set the deadlines. Y'all set the goals. Y'all set the ability to not micromanage. And what are y'all doing right now? Y'all micromanaging. It's the very definition of what y'all said y'all wasn't going to do. So am I mad? Oh, look, mad is an understatement. Okay? We as a union, and Mary Hart can tell you, because I've been up here many times, and she can tell you, when somebody tells me something and I come and I address it here, she'll come to me and she'll say, what school, what person? And I said, it was told to me in confidence, it will stay that way. I guarantee you everything I own, that with a handbook, it'll never stay that way. There's no employee in this system would feel safe to tell an administrator or an upper about something. I guarantee it. But where's the micromanaging now? Where is it? Y'all need to vote no against this proposal. And y'all need to get this CBA in like y'all said y'all were gonna do. Not because y'all wanna change things, because it's right. And to speak on Brent, look, he's speaking from the heart.
Please,
He's speaking
please,
from work.
please
I know
wrap
my
it up.
minute's up, but guess what? I'm gonna talk. Okay? I'm
I'll-
gonna talk because I'm here, and guess what? I'm gonna defend who's here. He's talking to you from the heart. And he's talking to you about how all employees in this system are feeling. If you don't think this is a powder keg ready to explode, you have lost touch with reality. It is. It will. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm just telling you how it is. I work in maintenance. I go to a lot of different schools. I see a lot of different things. I see things that people should never see. I could tell you the good, bad, and uglies in this system, easy. But do I throw all that out here? I don't. A lot of it's done in confidence. Don't micromanage. Approve the CBA. Let's get it done. We met the deadline.
Next, please.
First of all, I'm going to tell y'all it's a good thing. I've been doing yoga this summer, so I'm very calm, and I've been using my skills and my breathing. And you got to know who I'm doing it with. Because right now, like a few minutes ago, I really had to collect myself because I was on the verge of tears because I felt like it was a direct attack, Ms. Gallagher. I'm sorry to say that, but I really did. This is what we're hanging our hopes on. I'm a building rep, and I do represent the whole school. I don't just represent, I know exactly who's a member and who's not. I don't hassle them. I don't try to convince them to become a member. If they come to me with a grievance, if they come to me with a problem, I give them the same time that I give somebody who's a member. It doesn't make a difference to me. I represent the whole school. And I hear it all too. And sometimes I'll have to tell a teacher, especially some of our new young teachers, I'll say, I understand you're frustrated, that's hard, but guess what? There's nothing we can do about it. So, I mean, I defend y'all and I defend our administrators in rooms that they're not in. So I defend the CBA and I defend our employee handbook. I'm there as a sounding board. But because I'm there as a sounding board, I can tell you that we do not feel safe. We do not always feel trust. And that's what this CBA represents to us. Y'all, we sat here for hours in January on a school night. And y'all told us as long as you get it done by June, we're good to go. And this feels like a betrayal because they put in the work. Mr. Jabbia, Mr. Osborne, all of us presented questions. We've been going back and forth. We've all been involved in this process. Some of us have reached out to board members. I mean, we have been involved in the process. And to with one comment, to take that all away is devastating, and it will have a devastating impact on our employees. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I don't want to go back to those people and tell them we don't have a contract because, Ms. Gallagher, I'm sure if you hire, and I was thinking about this when you all were talking, if you hire somebody to do your AC, they're going to present you with a list of things that their company does. That's an agreement of sorts. It's not a contract. Until you sign that contract with them, they're not bound by any of it. And that's how this feels to us. The CBA will be a promise. It will be an agreement on both of our parts that this is what we agreed to do. It is really important to us. And I really need you to understand that. There's a big difference between a handbook and a collective bargaining agreement. A huge difference. Thank you.
Wait, you're not allowed to ask questions. We can address it when board members talk.
Oh, I thought we could ask people while they're.
No,
Okay,
only
never
the
mind.
Federation president.
Got it.
That's okay.
Thank you.
So I wanted to first try to address Ms. Gallagher's questions. What's the difference between this in a document, a handbook, as opposed to this in a collective bargaining agreement? A collective bargaining agreement represents more than just a document, and your description of the handbook You even said that it could be changed at will, at somebody's will, at the board's will, at the superintendent's will. But a collective bargaining agreement is a pledge. It's an honorable pledge that both parties are bound ethically and legally to carry out, okay? It just so happens that in the state of Louisiana, a verbal contract is as binding as a written contract. Now, if that's challenged in court, all the evidence has to be there. And I could cite a case for you that had to do with Southeastern and a coach. But you all even said that you trust Mr. Jabbia. You don't want to manage him. You trusted him to enter into this collective agreement. You all pledged and signed a resolution, an honorable pledge, that you would see this through, that that's what you wanted. With all due respect, Ms. Gallagher, it seems like you are doing the dishonorable thing and withdrawing a pledge that you made and have come up with a totally different solution to this. Okay? Now, you all are also not part of the bargaining unit. No one is except those assigned people and Mr. Jabbia. Okay? It's not for you now to start saying, well, there's a part that I don't like, I want to change, there's a part I don't like. You entrusted that in the superintendent who you hired, that this would be carried out in good faith, and it was up until now. So I suggest that you determine whether or not you support Mr. Jabbia in his position, that he agrees with this, or that you vote not to. All the other stuff is just extra and veers away from the discussion of a collective bargaining agreement.
Good evening. Robert Broom from Slidell. I'm not part of the union, I'm not part of the board. I'm an outsider, just a citizen watching. But the concern that I have is exemplified by some of the things that Ms. Gallagher mentioned. When she made her motion, she said that this alternative idea of a handbook might contain everything that was in the contract, in her words, and it might not. And what you're taking away from all the employees of this system is a level of certainty, if you will, but also you're taking away collaboration. And I think that's the danger that you guys are facing here. This contract, from what I can tell, from what I've heard, was a collaborative effort. And that's a very valuable asset. I urge you not to throw that away. And if you turn this over to just the administration writing a handbook, then I don't see where there's any collaboration left. So I understand that there were changes, but this contract might not be perfect for everybody, but collaboration is an asset that you should not lightly throw away. Thank you.
My name is Babette Allen. I'm a cafeteria employee at Riverside. I'm a member of the negotiating team, as well as the executive board, and a proud union member. I sat in every negotiating meeting. They went over every line. It was the best thing that happened this year. It was a learning experience. And I think anybody who was involved, if it gets turned into just a handbook, it's like all the work went down the drain. I love working for St. Tammany Parish, and I would be very upset if my collective bargaining agreement disappears. because I'm the only person where I work who's a union member. And all the non-union members are always asking me, when is it going to happen? What are they going to do? I signed a thing. I couldn't talk about it. I've been quiet for 6 months. And I am proud of the work that all the people on the negotiating team did, as well as the school board employees who were there representing. So I think we should give props to them and accept the CBA on the terms that it is what the employees need for security and to feel safe and want to come to work every day. Thank you very much.
Good evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mona Ikamina. I'm a retired professional staff rep with Louisiana Federation of Teachers and was also an integral part in, I think, 4 contracts with St. Tammany Parish. I'm looking up here at Frankie, who I have known since he couldn't walk, with his dad and I, who had gone to college together. But I did want to clarify a couple of things. I'm looking at Mr. Bro and Mr. Green, who I remember from 2 other meetings we had with the unions in private quarters. And when Debbie Green was elected president after Elsie retired, I just wanted you to know we wrote 6 MOUs, Ms. Martin, and all of them had a time limit on them as far as how we were going to deal with them. So I understand your concern about the MOUs, but there could be time limits on them. I also, having worked for LFT for 28 years as a professional staff, and now I'm the Chief Grievance and Hearing Officer in Jefferson Federation of Teachers. And we have a collective bargaining contract, which is totally different than yours, totally different. But previously, before working with Jefferson, I did work in Tangipahoa, Livingston, East Baton Rouge, Plaquemines, Calcasieu, Ouachita, Monroe City. All of them did not have a collective bargaining agreement. They had basically, Ms. Gallagher, what you were saying, like a teacher handbook, but it's actually Section G of your policy. So those were not good. They're good policies, but the enforcement of it, teachers really didn't really care. I'm just being honest, okay? I'm sorry, I'm finished. But I just wanted you to know.
I'll give you an extra minute.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted you to know that's a totally different animal dealing with human resources in Tangipahoa Parish than in St. Tammany Parish. It's a totally different animal. It's something that it's almost like, and I hate this, to be bullying in a non-collective bargaining district, because what you have is rules for both the employee and you, the employer, and you have to agree to those rules. So a handbook, I had a handbook, and if I wanted to follow it, I did, but if I didn't want to follow it, I didn't. If somebody did catch me, then I would get punished. But I do want to tell you this, that St. Tammany is one of 5 districts in this state that has collective bargaining in a district. In Orleans Parish, you have 43 charter schools. 7 of them have collective bargaining. However, St. Tammany, due to Elsie Burkhalter and those who have followed her, is the only wall-to-wall collective bargaining school district in the entire southern region of the United States. Not even New York City has it. So we're very proud to have the only one, and it is due to excellent contract negotiations with Mr. Jabia's father, Pete, and the union's collective bargaining locals, that this has happened. It's been collaborative, and I can tell you, there's no fear factor in St. Tammany if you have to go to a just cause. There's no fear factor in Jefferson because we have a collective bargaining agreement. Our just cause is different than you all. But if I have a hearing in Tangipahoa Hope, I don't get it. You don't get it. And you know when you get it? You get it when you get your pink slip. And that might be the difference. You actually get to have real due process with a bargaining agreement. So thank you all.
Barbara Sharp, bus driver. I've sat in the previous meeting where y'all all agreed that it was important that we have the CBA. I know a lot of you are new, but not new enough that you don't know what the CBA is, or that it hasn't been here long enough that you could have made a decision like a handbook 6 months ago, where you would have had time to do it, to present it to the people, to present it to the group, instead of at the last minute coming up with a decision that this is not what we want. When you assured all of the employees, and there were a good many here when you did this, that you were behind this group, that you supported this CBA, that you supported the employees that you have, and that you wanted them to have this CBA. And all of a sudden, at the last minute, beyond the deadline, somebody suggests that a handbook can be done. You're too late. The employees are not happy with this meeting because a lot of them are watching. All I can suggest is that just stop and think about what has happened around Louisiana at the beginning of other schools.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Dr. Brian Marks. I'm a science and history teacher at Fontainebleau Senior High School. And you may recall, I was briefly, supposedly TikTok famous for my comments about It's a Wonderful Life at Christmas. And I wish I could say it was Christmas in July. I think we might get Christmas in July tonight. I have faith. But you recall the scene I brought up, which is when Jimmy Stewart is there at the Bailey Savings and Loan. There's a bank run. I'm a history teacher, so I show that film to students. It's the Depression. And the point is, when people are afraid, say the same thing I said in December, they will act irrationally. The basis of the parents bringing their children to us to help raise them is trust and faith and mutual respect. The faith of your employees, thousands of us who freely paid their own money to join the Federation, that are overwhelmingly in favor of this. The respect of the distinguished superintendent and the union president for each other to do this. And the faith of the public as a whole in the process, which has been rather straightforward, and to me, well done. That is all questioned. What we are doing here, if you vote no and to turn this into a handbook, is to be that guy in the line at the Bailey Savings and Loan that says, I don't care if you got your money in my house and I got my money in your house. I want my $100 and I don't care if it all comes crashing down. If we do that, we will live in Pottersville. We will turn St. Tammany Parish into Pottersville. It's not going to be good for you. It's not going to be good for the employees of this district. But you know what's important? Who are we doing this job for? It's not to make a political point. It's not to run a union. It's to teach the children of the parish respect, dignity, rights, and mutual respect of all of those, of the employees and the board and the management of this. is what is best to educate the children of the parish, because that dignity will bring security. It will end and reduce fear. Your good people will stay here, and they will teach the young people of this parish, and they will make what we call it at Fontainebleau. Anybody want to say it with me? Optimus optimorum. We're the best of the best. But if we live in an environment of betrayal and fear, that will spread like a cancer.
Hi, Trinity Noble, Lee Road teacher. Sorry for my attire. I was sitting at home watching this and decided to come in. I'm a union member, school-based rep, teacher of 20 years. I've been in this parish for 16. I emailed every board member and asked them to message me if they wanted to talk more. I got emails from 3 of you. Nobody reached out to call me. Nobody reached out to see what the teachers had to say. So I assumed y'all heard from teachers. Brant was not the only person in on this. Superintendent Jabbia was. And I don't know if y'all have asked Superintendent Jabbia as many of these questions that y'all have asked Mr. Osborne. I was sitting at home when I heard the war comment, and I didn't take it as some of the board members took it. I took it as he is speaking for the union members. He is speaking for us teachers who don't want to go to administration. As a union rep, I get teachers who want to ask me silly questions like, if I go to the bathroom right now, am I going to be in trouble? No, go to the bathroom. They don't want to ask admin and, people that make decisions, things like that, because there's still fear. That's why we need a CBA instead of a handbook. The war comment, also, people are going to strike. It's going to happen. Even last year with no strike clauses and all the things that we have in our CBA, people talk about it. Bus drivers striked. Let's see. People are going to move to Tangi, Washington, Jefferson, private, especially with all the behaviors that we have. The CBA now has the Teacher's Bill of Rights in it, which I think is important. And I think if you don't understand the difference between a handbook and the CBA, and you think they're so interchangeable, then keep the CBA.
Good evening, board, staff, and Superintendent Javier. My name is Mark Curry-Terrio. I am a SWE teacher at Folsom Junior High. I am also a volunteer union rep as well. Since this motion was made, I've received many texts from educators in our district. They are already saying that they feel defeated, they feel scared, even angry, and that they pray that this motion is not approved. As a member of the bargaining team, I must say the people in the bargaining room were very positive throughout this process, and the collaboration efforts were impeccable. This CBA helps everyone in the parish. Union members and non-union members are supported through the CBA and receives representation from the union when needed, myself included as a building rep. When the CBA was posted, there are many people upset about the financial piece. We worked together to explain how it wasn't possible this year with the budget, and we highlighted the changes that helped educators in our district. I worked with Brant and Stephanie on the summaries and the FAQ documents that were posted to help everyone understand everything in the CBA. We also sent the FAQs to administration to collaborate and have their input. Also, I was asked to state this by another educator. It was requested for us to work together positively and create a CBA for all. Now they feel scared. We held up our side. We pray that you will hold up yours and support the CBA. So with that, I implore you to not let this CBA die here with this vote and reject this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else? We've heard from everyone in the audience. Officer, would you like to come up and say something? All right, we now are able to queue up for board comments. Ms. Martin.
Thank you to everyone who had something to say, because I know it's not easy coming up to that microphone. I cannot support voting to change something that our administration has worked so hard on into a handbook that does not carry the same weight as the CBA would carry. I think it would be a slap in the face to all of the people who have worked so hard. And we did create that resolution to task them and to pledge our, I guess, support for creating this new CBA with a time frame. And we gave specific things that we wanted you guys to work on, and you did that. So if all of our boxes have been checked, and this is what our administrative leaders and the Federation leaders and representatives have agreed to, then who am I as a board member who has not been in those meetings to vote against it when it's something that our superintendent is okay with? So that's my piece.
Go ahead.
You can go first if you like, because I got a bunch of stuff.
Okay. All right, take my name off. I personally talked to the President Brandt about this when I first saw it and came out. I said, there's too many holes in this document. I don't like it. The responsibility of this board is to set policy. That is our responsibility. I'm saying I'm not willing to turn this over to the Federation and have it negotiated in the dark. You've seen the discussion we've had on policy. It's robust. We offer, just as tonight, we offer public comment from everybody, including employees who are in the union, employees that are not in the union, the public, everybody. We're open to have something put in with all these predetermined policy, and some of it, quite frankly, I couldn't even read because it didn't even make sense to me. But it was rushed through. No, it wasn't rushed through. It took hours, and I appreciate the dedication that the staff put into it and the Federation put into it. I think there's a lot of meat there. I think we can use it. I don't resent the fact that we've spent so many hours, because I think a lot of this stuff is good, but I'm not willing to turn over the policy-making decision of this board to the Federation and the staff to work behind closed doors. We need an open policy. We need to approve each one of these things. If the policy if the CBA only reflected the relationship between the Federation and the school board, then it'd probably be all right, but it wouldn't be 91 pages. It'd probably be 20 pages. We have all this policy in there that really should be decided on by the board with complete openness and have everybody involved in it, not just union negotiations. And that's one of the main reasons I have to oppose it, and I told Brandt that from the very start. No. The rest of the board has Ms. Hurstis.
I'm with Amanda on this. I can't vote with the, what is it, the new motion? Is that what it's called? The new motion? Simply for the fact of, I wanted to do the mediation and everything. I was for the CBA with the, and that's what I voted on. I can't go back on my word. I'm definitely a person on my word. But with that said, I would not be able to vote on the CBA the way it is written right now. I think it would be something that I would like to table, because just like Mr. Bro said, there's a lot of holes in it, and I wouldn't feel very good with the MOUs. I think it just needs to be tabled maybe for a month, just to kind of go back to the drawing board with some wording or something like that, if that would be possible. You know, I'm not against the CBA. I definitely would, you know, I had something else in mind that I would have liked to have done, but I can't, or maybe another week, you know, maybe like for the next, something a little bit more time, just to table it just a little bit longer. I appreciate everybody's negotiations. I think y'all did a fabulous job. Frank, Brant, everybody that was along with it. There's just a few little, you know, things, just to go over, but like Mr. Bro said, you know, I think that would be it, but definitely, I'm not voting for this new motion.
Is it a substitute motion? Are you making a substitute motion?
No, I'm not doing that. I think that would be another whole thing. Let's just deal with what we've got right now.
Ms. Rufino Gallagher.
So since I'm the one who made the motion and everything got directed at me, I just have some comments, which I'm okay with, by the way. There's a few things, just to address some things that y'all said, so I wasn't ignoring you, I was just writing some stuff down so I didn't forget. I get emails with the raw truth. I get talked to at schools with the raw truth. It's not just the Federation who gets the raw truth. I take the raw truth to heart. My kids go to school in this district. I take them to heart. I've listened to just about everybody who spoke tonight has spoken at a meeting before. And I take most of you, and I take everything that everyone says to heart. And I've done everything in my power to make things better for all of the employees across the board, okay? With that being said, somebody made the statement that I said it could be changed at a board meeting. Yes, just like an MOU can change it, it's not as easy, but when a policy comes before the board, it has to be agreed upon to be on the agenda. Then just like tonight, public comment has to happen, and maybe we don't see it from the way that everybody sees it, so we don't vote for it. Maybe we thought it was a better idea. You guys gave us reasons why it's not, and so we didn't do it. Just because it's easy to change doesn't mean it changes all the time. As far as the honorable pledge to do it, yes, we did do that. We did ask for them to sit down. We never guaranteed anything. Because if I recall, and I remember what meeting was, on a call meeting, there's a vote. We make a vote. It doesn't actually get approved until the next meeting at a board meeting. There are many meetings that just in a week's time frame in the middle and in between, research is done, questions are asked, and we change our mind. And I've been yelled at about the same thing. But I did research because in the beginning, I'm like, that sounds perfect. And then I did some research and it's not. So just because we agreed to one thing on one day doesn't mean I'm actually going to approve it the next. We've had 5 days to look at this. So y'all act like we've seen this CBA for 6 months. We got it 5 days ago, just like everybody else. So to say that I've known for 6 months that I'm going to approve, just not do this, and just for the record, it has been talked about an employee handbook over that. But it wasn't, until tonight, brought up. Whether that's my fault, I don't know. But it was talked about before. And somebody said, you don't want to leave it just to administration to make this handbook. Nobody said it was just administration making this handbook. There's a teacher panel. If you don't like your teacher panel, vote somebody else in. Ask Frank to give it to somebody else. Your support staff, your bus driver, your maintenance, whoever's on this. And I'm not going to say that. All the work going down the drain, that's not true. All the work that is put in it, anything that the Federation has asked for, that is agreed to, nobody said everything, it wouldn't be the same document. How are those? So I forgot your name in the black shirt, and I apologize. You made a comment that other districts don't have the CBA, but I think they're all making it by. There's only 5, right?
5 districts wide.
that don't, right, that's statewide, right? That don't have it.
7 charters that have it.
Okay. And to say that we, and maybe I read it, I understood it wrong, that we don't support you guys if there is no CBA, I don't know where that would come from. I'm new to this board. I've only been on it for a year and a half, and I've done nothing that I can think of to make anybody sitting in this room or watching on TV to say that, to not trust me. I've never lied up here, and if I have been wrong, the next meeting I've said, I was wrong last week. Okay, so to say that I would not support you guys without a CBA is plain wrong, and I have never given off that impression. We have asked questions to Mr. Jabbia. That is our job. We've had meetings with him to discuss it. We can't talk about what we talked about because it was executive sessions. So those things can't be talked about. But many of the questions that we've asked tonight have been addressed to him. But tonight we addressed them to Brant, to Mr. Osborne. And again, I don't remember her name, or maybe it was someone else. There was a CBA last year, right? And every single person in this room that is a building rep stated that there is still fear in people, like, can I ask to go to the bathroom? Am I going to be okay? And they're not union members. So whether you have a CBA or don't have a CBA, I don't think that determines if there's fear in the workplace. I know people are shaking their heads at me, no, and I'm giving it to you from me. For some of the reasons that you're saying what you're saying, some of the same things that you're saying are going to be problems without a CBA are currently still problems with a CBA. And while an employee handbook you're saying is not a legal document, I would venture to believe it is a legal document of some kind. Now, maybe the just cause is different for it to be worked in there. But even, again, with a CBA and a no strike clause, let's be real, bus drivers struck. I mean, so the things that everybody is saying are imperative for a CBA, unfortunately, some people have proved that wrong. Not everybody. And there are many people that didn't strike because they love their job. And it's not all about a CBA. I don't know, I cannot speak for anybody of this board, but I got elected to this to help the system. I didn't come up here to increase salaries for the board. Like, my job is to make sure our constituents and our teachers and our students and everybody, I do the best for them. And must have failed if everybody in this room shaking their head does not agree with that. And the fact that it's saying that if this goes to a employee handbook over a CBA, then that there's no trust there. And that's half the problem. Because there has been no trust for so long with a CBA, and you're saying that there's not going to be trust without one, but you don't have it with it. So I would venture to believe that while I know some of you are getting text messages during this meeting, there are people out there who are not saying what you're saying. I am not going to say that this board is going to approve this tonight. And if I have to be the bad guy with the target on my shoulder, that's fine. But there's always two sides to every story. And while some people are, that's all I'm going to say.
Ms. Lamy.
I think I think she summed it up for me. I just wanted to say that, my purpose for being on this board is for our school system, our students and our employees. I was a teacher. I was in the classroom. And I was a member of the union for about 10 years. And then I wasn't for like the next 10 years. And neither time did I have benefit or negativity from the union. Neither time did I have fear. It was neutral for me. So that's irrelevant, but we hear both sides. So we hear a lot of people who talk about division, who talk about climate, those in the union, those are not. we hear it all. So it's a very difficult thing. I do feel that if we were, I hate to vote no on this when we said that we wanted you to go to mediation and you did it, and it was good. So I felt like we were moving in the right direction. I am a little bit fearful of how it was before. And I know it's not just on one person. So, you said what you need to say, but it was more division than I've ever seen, more toxicity, more animosity, more issues. I think we've come way past that, but I'll be honest with you, I am fearful of that. You sign it, starts over, and then OMG, it started all over again. Like you knew what you were getting yourself into this time. It's like in the back of my mind. I felt like we should do something shorter and like, let's make sure we're moving in the right direction and then maybe like continue to go instead of once you say this, it's 4 years unless it's scary, especially when you have people in a large number telling you that we don't need this, we shouldn't do this, like this is the negative part of it or this is why. So I'm just trying to pour my heart out right now more than anything because it is a very big decision and it is a very difficult one, so.
Ms. Hurstis.
Just real quick, I don't want poor Michelle to be like, feel like she's under the bus here. Because she does make a valid point, and I get what she's saying with the handbook, with the collective bargaining agreement. There's gonna become a time that you guys are gonna have to trust us. And I know doing this is probably not looking so good, okay? And I get it. And that's my reasoning for not wanting to vote for this right now, because we said we were gonna do one thing and then now we're doing another, and I get it. But you're gonna have to trust us at one point. Seriously. We have to build this relationship. I don't see what we've been doing, that's, especially recently, what's been so horrible for y'all to distrust us. We've been fighting for y'all. We try to fight for step-ins. We try to fight for, to lower, duties for y'all. We try to fight for whatever we can. So, there's got to be a time where y'all just sit there and go, you know what? That school board isn't evil. They're not evildoers. We're not going home going, ooh, what can we do to tick somebody off? We're not doing that. Trust us. We're not the bad guys. We're here for our children. We're here for our teachers. We're here for our staff. We're not here to be bad to you guys. So at some point, trust us, okay?
With that, please vote. The motion is that the proposed CBA be rejected and the board direct the superintendent to create an employee handbook using the proposed CBA as a baseline. Nine yeas, 4 nays, the motion carries. Next on the agenda, we have consideration and acceptance of the salary schedule for fiscal year 2024 and 2025.
Oh, can I,
Mr. Green?
you don't want me to go over some of the highlights for the employees that are listening? It's up to
Certainly.
you.
Why don't,
It's up to you, but I had some.
Ms. Prevost, would you present the policy, the changes for 24, 25?
Okay, I've provided you with the salary schedule for fiscal 24-25. This salary schedule does reflect what we negotiated in the collective bargaining, so all that is in there, just to assure the employees of that. Some of the major highlights, we are providing for one pay level for teachers, which is $500. That pay level is weighted for ones that work more than 9 months, so they get more than the 500. Existing teachers that move to a SWE position will receive 2 additional pay levels. Existing teachers that move to an OFAT position will receive 1 additional pay level. New teachers, as stated previously in the handbook, it's listed in there in bold, will receive 2 additional pay levels when they start. If they accept a SWE position, they will receive additional 2 pay levels, and if they accept an OFAT position, they'll have 1 additional pay level. All teachers, including new hires, will receive a one-time state stipend of $2,000. The state stipend is weighted for their work calendar. The school board funds that part. That's a policy we've always done. We weight it. If people work more, they get more. On the page 22, the demand stipends are teachers working at an urgent intervention required UIR school or a comprehensive intervention required school, CIR, will be eligible for the stipend of $500. It's pretty much the same as last year, other than we made the language a little different. So the school label will be determined based on the label assigned by the state as of August 1st, because the new labels don't come out till after we pay the stipend. The teacher must be based at the school 100% of the time for fiscal '25 and must have a student class roster. Itinerant certificated teachers must be based at least 50% of their time at one of these schools and have a student class roster. And to clarify as a question, the student class roster requirement, it can be met by having a caseload in the case of therapists. So it's the same thing for those. New hires are not eligible for these stipends. Certificated teachers teaching a subject that is critical hiring shortage as defined by the administration at September 1st are eligible for a $500 stipend. SWE and OFAT teachers are not eligible for this stipend as they have previously received additional permanent pay levels for those critical shortage areas in the amount of $1,000 and $500 respectively. On page 22, effectiveness stipends, this is pretty much the same. Certificated teachers are eligible for $1,000 if they meet all the criteria in the salary schedule with a 3.0 or higher evaluation rating. The only change in the criteria is that teachers must have a student learning target and a student class roster. On page 23 to 25, administrators and coordinators will also be eligible for 1 pay level for the 500 UIR CRO stipends and the effectiveness stipends of $1,000. They will also be eligible for the $2,000 state stipend. At the bottom of page 25, under effectiveness criteria, we've added a statement about state differential compensation that will be allocated to the school board, hopefully next month. And I have to put the intent, what we intend to do with the funding in the salary schedule. So the intent of this money is to use that allocation to fund highly effective stipends. So teachers that are highly effective, we will move those into a separate fund and use that state funding for those. On page 26, well, since we didn't pass the contract, but there was a flag team and color guard that was not in the contract. That is actually in the salary schedule. That is not a new item, and it's 5% for high school and 3% for junior high school. Some of the employees were concerned about that, so that remains. On page 27, the classroom teacher supply fee has been added. This is now a taxable item. Each certificated employee designated as a classroom teacher or librarian will be paid a $500 stipend for supplemental teaching materials each contract year by August 31st. The stipend would be taxable, as I stated. No proof of purchase is required, and the employee retains ownership of the supplies. I've had a lot of questions related to this. The stipend must be taxable since we are not requiring receipts. This is an IRS rule. We are trying to eliminate the paperwork burden on teachers, schools, and the finance department as we reimburse schools for that teacher supply fee as part of their supplemental budgets. The supply fee stipend is not subject to retirement. Again, not subject to retirement. We will run a separate payroll, so the only taxes that will be taken out of that amount will be just the Medicare taxes because it's so low, and that's 1.45%. So each teacher will receive a net check of $492.75. So they're losing very little of the money to taxes. On page 29, we increased on-call pay from $25 per day to $50 per day. On page 46, we added a salary table under maintenance for licensed, skilled, and trade maintenance workers that they can utilize. They can bring back another job description on the HVAC. They can hire skilled and trade people, and there's a higher pay salary schedule now. Page 56, The last line under specialized services, we've added for SWE paraprofessionals and SWE bus attendants who perform non-complex medical procedures, a $250 per semester stipend. On page 62, substitute stipends, that's teachers and other certificate employees who forego their planning period and volunteer as a substitute. We've been paying them $20 an hour. Now they receive their hourly rate of pay. That's in Act 311. Also, parents who substitute for teachers in the classroom they're assigned to will receive $10 per hour. Before, they had to work so many hours to receive it. On page 64, I've added, at the request of some of the board members, the employee salary reserve stipend language. And I'm going to give a financial update on Thursday, but unfortunately, there will be no surplus for fiscal '24, so there will not be a stipend paid for the coming year in the fall. Okay, to address some common misconceptions, all stipends paid to employees, unless they are reimbursement type stipends such as teacher supply fee, operational allowances for bus drivers, or cell phone stipends, those stipends are all subject to retirement, meaning they will go into your calculation for your ending retirement benefit. So if you see retirement being withheld on anything, a stipend or anything else, that means it is going into your calculation for that year. All right, any pay levels you've been given in prior years are permanent raises, so you will continue to receive those. Some people question if they're going to get the 2 steps we did last year, and those remain. That is a permanent increase. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Do I have a motion? I think we moved.
We got a motion, but we
Had a motion?
Second.
Ms. Moore, second. All right, comments from the public. Robert?
Good evening. My name is Robert Byrne from Slidell. Not so much a question, just as a request. I would be interested in seeing a difference table between this salary schedule and the previous salary schedule. Just, an Excel spreadsheet kind of differences. It would help us understand what the changes are, what things are going up and what things are going down. Obviously not tonight, but at some point in the future, I think that would be a useful piece of information for the public and for the board. Thank you.
Can I address that? There are no changes in the tables. So
No changes in the table, but it does, there are some things you really can't reflect. That's like, we're paying extra for on-call time, and there's numerous things that really don't show up in the pay schedule, but are benefits to the employees.
Okay, so these benefits are.
Well, for instance, the 25 to 50, and we're paying for.
Well, I understand that there are additions in the pay schedule. It was in my head, that's a change. It wasn't there before and now it is. That's a change, so.
But it's, yeah, and it's hard to quantify because you don't know how many.
Well, I was just saying, before there was no such item in the salary schedule. Now there is an item in the salary schedule.
Is there an item in the salary schedule for those kind of things?
yeah, there's a line in it is listed in detail.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Do you think you could gen up something that would
Maybe I
answer
can
his
just-
question?
It's very little, there's only like 3 or 4 things, so,
Okay.
but I can do that. But the
Yeah,
tables themselves did not change, other than we added an M08 for skilled licensed labor for maintenance.
For the benefit of our audit committee, could you?
I will get in touch with Ms. Prevost and clarify my thinking on this then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, let's open up the queue. Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a tax-related question. And Ms. Prevost, if on the $500 supply fee, if the employees keep their receipts themselves, can they apply that as a tax deduction?
No, we're not doing that, because it's been a tremendous amount of work for teachers for.
No, themselves.
Oh,
If
that's not
they
deductible
keep
any
their,
longer.
if they keep their receipts on their personal tax.
Right.
Can they Can they file that as a deduction?
There is a flat deduction for teachers on the return. I think it's $300. I'm not sure what it's going to be for next year. That's on the front of the return, so it's just a flat. So yes, they could, if they got audited, unlikely, but they should save at least $300. They could deduct it.
Okay.
But as far as an itemized deduction, which used to exist, that doesn't exist any longer.
Correct. Okay.
And could I missed a note. As far as the teacher supply fee, that therapists will be able to get that money. We're going to classify them as a classroom teacher. It's not spelled out clearly, but we will count them because that has been all over the internet. The therapists thought they should get it, and I agree. So we're going to add that. So they'll be able to, we'll just treat them as a classroom teacher for that provision.
Thank you, Ms. Prevost.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that big report. My question is on page like 5. You say teacher salary schedules for hire dates June 30th of 2014. Is that?
Yes.
That's right.
Right. That's when we changed the schedule. We had to go, the state changed the model for salary schedules. So at that date, we had to freeze the people that had got higher pay for their masters and their PhD. So they're on an old schedule. Anybody hired after that, the amount you receive for an advanced degree has to be equal. So now it's 500 all the way across. So we had to freeze. There's still people on those old schedules, not as many as there used to be. So eventually we will phase those schedules out and everybody will be on the after July 1st, 2014 schedules.
Thank you. I got it.
Ms. Martin.
Thank you, President Pro. Ms. Previous, there have been talk of longevity stipends and things like, can you explain that to me, please?
Okay, I proposed several times longevity stipends or pay. I guess it's okay to say what I propose at this point. I guess it is.
If we had a longevity stipend, what would it look like?
What I would recommend is when you hit each 5th year, so when you hit 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, you would receive one additional pay level.
And what does that look like for teachers?
It's about, well, I've just projected it off the people that I anticipate will hit those marks or hit them in this year. It's about $1 million.
And that's $1 million every single year?
Well,
just for this
it depends
particular-
how many people hit those marks, but it does help you retain employees. So all the studies show, our salary study, which we'll be bringing to you next month, that was something they recommended, that we have some kind of benefit when they hit, may get them to stay a little bit longer to get an extra pay level for their retirement, stay to that 30th year or to that 25th year. So that's the purpose of it, but it's not in this schedule.
So when you looked into perhaps having that for our employees, is that something that this salary schedule can be amended and that can be added to and our budget actually sustain?
Well, our budget, we can sustain that, I think, because it will benefit us in the long run if we can retain employees longer. Yes, you could make a motion to amend that, and we could add that in.
Okay, I would like to do that. I feel like our employees deserve that.
I will second that.
So I would like to make a motion to include in this salary schedule a longevity stipend that Ms. Prevost will bring to our superintendent and they will figure out.
Okay.
Ms. Pre, are you finished? She made a motion, I second it to include a longevity pay.
How we need to vote? You need to vote? Yeah.
So that is, actually, that's an amendment, because we already had a motion on the floor. Amendment to include that. So now the discussion is on the amendment.
And I just want to clarify that that is something that our budget can sustain.
Well, our budget, we will be in deficit most likely for next year, but that is something I think we need to get balanced. But I think that's a good retention, and it's not a large dollar. We are going to save a good bit of money on retirement expense for next year because the rates did drop with all the major systems. So I think it's going to be about $6 million. We haven't put the budget totally together yet, but I think that's a good thing that we need to have in the budget and just going forward, because I've recommended it at least 3 times.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So we're discussing right now the amendment. And I've always been concerned that we try to maintain equability with the surrounding parishes. I know because Jefferson Parish closed 7 schools, that they were able to give their employees a huge pay raise. But this longevity will help us overall. You know, the Jefferson Parish has a higher starting salary.
Right.
But I need to, you know, every year I ask, how do we stand against all the other parishes?
Right.
And this will help us in the overall pay for our employees compared to the overall pay of other employees. Not just, you know, starting pay is great, but you know, you're really concerned about the longevity of the employee, and an experienced teacher is more valuable than somebody who's just coming in and out of school at starting salary. So I support this if we can live within our budget.
Right.
I know it's $1 million extra and we're already deficit, but I think this will help retain the teachers and get the highest quality and, you know, the teachers who've been here for the longest time.
I think that's a high number too, because a lot of the people I counted, I believe they retired. I just couldn't see it when I did it, because I think some of those, when I went back and looked today, some of those were inactive now, so they have retired. So the number will probably be smaller. A lot of people, when they hit that 30-year mark or that
They're
25,
gone,
they're
huh?
gone. So we saved that money, but I did look at, if you bear with me, I did look at some starting salaries. Jefferson keeps coming up. As you said, they closed 7 schools. Their pay raise was $2,500. We start on step 2, so the difference between us and them is $1,500. However, I did look at their health insurance. Their health insurance is, for a family plan, is $300 more a month than ours. For a single plan, it's $150 more a month. So their net pay.
Is way below. $300 a month
Absolutely.
is $3,600.
Right.
That
And-
eats up that $1,500 pay difference really
Right.
quick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when you count the 500. And I know we raised our health insurance the first time we've done it to 16, but we're still, and that is based on rates right now. They have OGB. They're going to go up January 1st. So it's going to be even
I
larger.
just want to ensure that we're competitive with the surrounding parishes.
Right, we're trying. If we can get balance, we can look at it. But I didn't tell you when I did the presentation, but I did look, just so everyone knows, for the past 5 years, 6 now, excuse me, since fiscal 2020, we've given, the total pay raises we've given certificate employees was $10,209. And that includes that 3%. I just did an average on that. We gave support staff $6,383. These are permanent raises. And this does not count stipends that we gave. We paid out for COVID certificate, it got $5,000. Support got $4,700. We gave the employee salary reserve twice, that was $1,694.19. We've spent millions of dollars in incentive pay for teachers between the critical shortage and all the different things. And then we've had 2 state stipends, so that's going to be $4,000 and $2,000 they'll have received with this year's stipend. So we've raised pay, it's a good bit.
Right, and that's impressive. But I want to add that although the stipends are not the gift that keeps on giving,
Exactly.
if it ends up you get a stipend in your high 3, we're paying
Absolutely.
25% on top of that towards the
Right.
retirement system,
Right.
and it adds to your retirement pay. So,
Right.
you know, stipends are not the best,
Yeah.
but they do add to your overall income for your high 3 that could add up substantially.
And we're comparable with East Baton Rouge, Caddo, Lafayette, and Livingston. For this year, they had their salary schedules out, so we are comparable starting pay with them. They're not that far off. East Baton Rouge is given a raise, but they're taking away stipends, so they're netting to $2,700 less. So the teachers aren't happy about that. So we're competitive. You know, Jefferson just went a little above us, and of course, St. Charles is way above us, but it's going to be hard to catch, so.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fino Gallagher.
Ms. Prevost, just because I missed it, it's the same, like, so it's every 5 years. And what is the amount? Is it the same amount, like, for the 5-year, you get the same amount as you get at 10 years?
Right.
Okay,
Yes,
what is the
It's
amount?
one pay level.
Oh, one pay,
So
okay.
a teacher would get 500, a support employee would get 350, and so on, every 5th year.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McCullum.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. President. You mentioned something that I wanted to ask about. You touched on it with Baton Rouge. Like parishes surrounding us, you just mentioned Baton Rouge took away some of the incentives.
Right.
Are the other parishes, such as Jefferson Parish and
Yes.
those, Are they offering some of the same incentives that
Yes.
we are as
Yes.
well?
Some of them
Okay.
offer very large incentives, but it's very limited. You have to work at a school. It has to have a certain population, a certain free and reduced lunch. It's very limited, so I don't know how much they're paying out.
Uh-huh.
But it's, they're trying to get teachers to go to those schools that are in the lower percentiles. So I
Correct.
think theirs is $2,000 for their targeted schools, but not near as many as what we've been paying out.
Okay, thank you.
Last year it was almost every school, but we did narrow the label definition.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mr. Kuzan.
Thank you very much. I go along with the longevity award that we're giving, but as long as I've been around, it's the first time we've ever had a deficit. Thank you.
No, we've had deficits before. I just made it work, so, but yeah.
And that's what I
But, yeah,
wanted to say.
yeah,
I know you will make it work. Thank you.
Yes.
I guess we did it in reverse order. Did I ask for public comment on the amendment? Oh, are there any public comment on the amendment for longevity pay? Come on up. Sorry, I went out of order on that.
High school, sweet teacher. I would suggest that we possibly look at the longevity pay as a different type. I don't feel it's right that a teacher that is year 19 this year will not get year 5, 10, 15 retro pay with this longevity. I just had a teacher literally text me that and ask me that, and I said, no, if you're not on year 20, you won't get it. That's not fair to those teachers. I'm only year 5 in the system. I'm not talking about myself, okay? And there's other ways to do longevity. I mean, you could have a different salary schedule. And you could do it every 10 years, give them something else. And then those people that are 10 years or above would already get it. They wouldn't have retro pay. But there's got to be another way. Because I'm year 5, it doesn't affect me. I mean, I would get this because I just completed year 5 in the district. I'm speaking for all the other teachers in our district that's leaving our parish, because I know plenty of them that's been in our parish for years, and they left our parish for better pay. Like, what are we doing for those people? It should be retro. That's all I had to say with that. Like, ask for retro pay, because it's not fair to those teachers. Year 23, I don't get anything. How is that fair to that teacher that's been in this parish for 23 years? How is it fair? Thank you.
I prefer not to respond, but I'll open it up again to board comments since you may want to address that.
I was just going to say, I agree with you, I understand that, but like I retired at 20 years and I didn't get any longevity pay, so I could just vote no and be sour. But instead, I'd rather the people who are still there be able to get that pay to keep them, because I know that it's hard on the budget we have. That's all, I guess.
I understand we've been proposing this for like 3 years.
Yeah, if
So
I'd have done it-
if we had put
yeah.
it 3 years ago, all those people would have started getting it. And a retroactive pay, if you say, well, I've been here 20 years, I want my 5, my 10, my 15, then it would
couldn't afford
be
that.
cost prohibitive and we couldn't do it. So
Yeah,
I just want to
unfortunately.
add that comment.
And he did present us with a tiered, that particular union member did present us with a tiered schedule, which we're looking at. So that is a possibility maybe for the future, but it's a larger dollar than what they gave me.
Substantially larger.
It's substantially larger,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, if there are no more further comments from the board, please vote. Oh, this is, I'm sorry, this is for the amendment for longevity pay. Strictly the amendment, not the original motion.
Which could have been offered as a friendly amendment, and then we wouldn't need all this other stuff.
We did it. All right, now no, wait, we got to tabulate.
Amy?
Vote. This is in the amendment.
So sorry.
And that passes unanimously. Now we will go back to board comments on the original motion, which is the full pay schedule.
As amended?
as amended. Are there any further comments?
No.
Nope, take it off.
All right. Would the board members please vote? And that passes unanimously. We now come to 3 minutes.
And they're not here, so. Nobody.
Well, everybody had a chance to speak tonight.
Yes,
Seeing no 3 minutes,
Mr.
let's see.
Mr.
Now,
Grove, can I make a comment real quick?
Please, I'm looking for what my comments are.
Okay, just for anybody who's still listening and just so that I can clarify for the board, I am not going to be here Thursday night, not because of this, but I'm going out of town with my daughter and I hate that I won't be here for this. And Michelle, I'm sorry that you will be leading the meeting that I'm supposed to lead, and I do apologize for that. But I will be back for the one on the 18th, so please do not use any of your anger towards me to Michelle for this. But it was strictly bad timing. My daughter's soccer team made it to nationals, and we leave for Wichita. So many of those kids are from North Shore High School, Mandeville High School, Boyette Junior High School, and Creekside. So they will all be competing for the national championship. So that is why I will not be here. So I'm sorry that I stirred up such a ruckus, and I won't be here the next meeting we have. So
That's not an excuse.
I know. My apologies. I just wanted to put that out there so that there's no talk about why I'm not here on Thursday. So,
Well, I'll just add in that I leave Thursday to go to Memphis for the Perfect Game Invitational for my boys' baseball for a week, and I'll be back Wednesday of the following week. So just so nobody suspects the motion in the second.
I know, right? Jeez.
So, board announcements by the president. We will have the CAW at 6 p.m. here on the 11th, and then Thursday the 11th, and then followed by a regular meeting on the 18th. There's also a Southern Educator Conference, Southern Regional Board Member Conference that will take place from the 21st through 23rd, and a lot of the members will be attending that.
And I will have everybody's packets.
And when's the administrative conference?
24th through 26th.
The 24th through the 26th will be the administrative conference, and I believe the board members are invited to a luncheon on the 26th. Anything I'm missing? All right. Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned.